vocab and quiz 2B, okay? Quiz 2B, your words will be the rule in Rule 3, that is explaining the words ending in Y preceded by a consonant. Change the Y to I before the suffixes. So basically it's like tried, busily, accompanied, different things like that. Make sure you guys are studying that rule. And your vocab words, make sure you guys are studying the synonyms and you guys are familiar with those. And then your prefixes, roots, and your suffixes, okay? So go ahead and be studying those. We'll check homework in a second. But in our literature books, okay, we are starting Unit 3. We only have a few more minutes, so let's go ahead and fly through this. If you guys have any questions, please let me know. But go ahead and turn to Unit 3, page 37. Suspense and Mystery, Unit 3, okay? The plot of a story, let's read that, okay? The plot of a story is the arrangement of incidents or events or the sequence of related actions, okay? This is basically what happens in the story. This is the story, okay? The author carefully plans and designs the order of this connected action to form a logical pattern which can be generally divided into the beginning, middle, and the end, okay? Don't make me move you guys, because I will. All right? The plot is divided into the beginning, middle, and the end. Obviously, that's kind of self-explanatory. In a story, there's a beginning, there's the story, and then there's the end of the story, okay? Inherent in the plot is a conflict, which is a struggle between opposing forces, all right? There's the protagonist, which is the main character, and an antagonist, which is the opposing character or the rival, or basically the villain. Anyone who's going against the main character is an antagonist, all right? There's different kinds of struggles. So let's look at the kinds of struggles. Why aren't the TVs on? Does anybody know how to turn on TVs?
There's a remote.
Oof. I got it. Is it the same one? Okay. Sorry guys, I didn't even know those weren't on. Okay, there are two kinds of conflicts. External conflict. This is the clash of actions between, or the ideas, the forces between the protagonist and the antagonist. Okay, the main character obviously is the protagonist. The opposing character is the rival, which is the antagonist. There's also an internal conflict, which is the struggle within the mind, will, or emotions of a character. You should have read The Telltale Heart. How many of you guys read that over the weekend? Okay, it's okay if you didn't. We don't have time to go in it today, but if you guys are familiar with that story, we're going to talk about it, and we're going to see the internal conflict within the character, the narrator, okay? I do encourage you guys to read The Telltale Heart. It's kind of, if you guys do like dark things, I know some of you guys do, I think you would really enjoy this story. It's basically talking about this old man, they're roommates with the young man, and this young man is basically, he can't stand the old man because of an eye. He has a creepy eye, and you guys need to find out what happens, okay? So those are the different kinds of struggles within a character. There's the external conflict, that's all of you guys opposing me. The internal conflict is what's going on inside my mind, or the guilt that I have, or something like that, okay? That's internal conflict. Let's talk about Edgar Allan Poe. Okay, go to page number 40. In Meeting the Author, page 40. So Edgar Allan Poe, he was born in 1809. He lived until 1849. Okay, he was orphaned at the age of 2 by his parents, who were actors. He was taken in by the Allens, a wealthy Virginian family. Okay, he was orphaned. A lot of times that is traumatizing on people, so maybe that's why his mind was so dark. But he became a master storyteller whose stories and critical writings influenced the development of the short story. Make sure you guys know that about Edgar Allan Poe. He helped to develop the short story as a form of writing. This is also in your notes or in your book. So highlight this. Okay, he was orphaned, then taken in by the Allens. He edited magazines, newspapers, wrote short stories and poems. But the most important fact that I want you to know about him is that his writings helped to influence and develop the short story as a form of writing. Okay, we already said about the Telltale Heart, how it features internal conflict. Okay, I want you guys to make sure you know where it is in the story or be able to explain how the character was featuring internal conflict. Okay, I want you guys to know that story. Okay, the Telltale Heart. Is everybody good with this? Okay. Yeah, it's also in your book. So, okay, the Telltale Heart. So some of you guys, since you didn't read it, you have no idea what this picture is. So make sure you guys find that out tonight for homework if you didn't, but then also read The Raven, which is 41 to 43. It's not that long, but that is about Edgar Allan Poe, and then we will discuss more tomorrow. Okay, suspense on page number 37. Let's read about suspense really quickly, okay? The mystery tale is characterized by suspense, which is a feeling of uncertainty regarding a story's action or outcome that is designed to keep the reader's interest. Poe achieves suspense by allowing the character to tell the story subjectively using first person. The suspense is heightened in this monologue, which is speech by one person, which shows the inner working of a sensitive but sick mind until the point of highest intensity, which is the climax of a story. Okay? The point of highest intensity is reached in the last sentence with the confession. Okay? We know that the climax of a story is the highest point of intensity. This is where you're kind of sitting on the edge of your seat. You're drawn in. You're really wanting to know how this is going to play out. That is the climax of a story, okay? Just to kind of give you a visual, okay? So the exposition is everything that you're yes, Jesse?
Will these slides be on stream?
What?
Are these slides going to be on stream?
On stream?
Yeah.
Yes, they're on stream. Okay? So the exposition is the story. This is kind of what is going on in the beginning. This is kind of when you're finding out who the characters are, what they do, different things like that. That is the exposition, okay? The rising action is when the characters, it's going towards the climax where it's like, it's building up. This is when there's conflict within characters. There's conflict within a character, conflict between characters, different things like that. This is the rising action. Like I said, the climax is the highest point of intensity within a story. This is when, okay, so my husband and I have been watching the Marvel series. Okay, we've been going through that. We just watched Endgame. So the climax of the story would be when Thanos comes back from the past. Then all of the people who were disintegrated or dissipated to thin air come back and then start beating his butt. So that is the climax of the story. The falling action is when we kind of find out what's going to happen in that battle or within that, Okay, so the falling action is when like things are kind of going towards the end. The resolution is when we find out what happens, why it happened. We kind of understand the whole point of the work, and that is the resolution or the conclusion. This is when everything is over and it's the end, okay? So that's kind of what the climax is in a story. It's the highest point of intensity, okay? Yes, Ricky?
Some people, a climax would be at a certain part of the story, but for other people, they'd be like, no, it's this part. So what do you think about that?
Well, usually for most people, it's at the same point because, like, it would be like in the Hunger Games at the end when they're facing off against Kato. That's like a climax because you're like, are they gonna die? Are they gonna get killed by these giant wolves? Like,
Usually it is the same for everyone. Obviously, there are intense moments of the story, but that is not the highest point of the story. Does that make sense? So that's all included in the rising action that'll lead up to the highest part of the story.
Like the part that you were waiting for to happen the whole time.
Yep, that is the climax, okay? Make sure you guys read over The Telltale Heart, The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe. We will be studying those tomorrow in class, okay? All right, does anybody have any questions about anything? Okay, go ahead and take out your vocab books. I don't know if you guys noticed, but we haven't really been reviewing the poems since the first week of school. Okay. I just kind of figured that that's kind of unnecessary work to add to you guys' load already. Memorizing a poem in vocab doesn't really make any sense, so we're not going to be doing those quizzes. Okay, but let's go ahead and look at our Fathers Fought for Liberty. We'll read through them, kind of talk about the significance of them. Okay, page 107, Our Fathers Fought for Liberty by James Russell Lowell. Okay, go ahead and turn there. Read it nice and loud with me, so I'm not reading by myself. Okay? Yes, Savannah. Sorry? Page 107. Okay. Bless you. Okay. Dad, can you put your chair down? Thank you. All right, go ahead and read it with me. Our Fathers Fought for Liberty by James Russell Lowell. Go ahead. Our fathers fought for liberty. They struggled long and well. History of their deeds can tell, but did they leave us free? Are we free from vanity, free from pride, and free from self? Free from love of power and pelf, from everything that's beggarly? Are we free from stubborn will, from low hate and malice small, from opinion's tyrant thrall? Are none of us our own slaves still? Are we free to speak our thought, to be happy and be poor, free to enter heaven's door, to live and labor as we ought? Are we then made free at last from the fear of what men say, free to reverence today, free from the slavery of the past? Our fathers fought for liberty. They struggled long and well. History of their deeds can tell, but ourselves must set us free. In your own words, what do you guys think that poem's talking about? Anybody? Adam?
Kind of like slavery and stuff, and like how we kind of set free, but then fully, I guess.
What? What was that last part?
How like fully set free, I guess, you're still like bondage and stuff.
Okay. Ricky, what do you think?
America.
What about America?
I feel like people fought for like just for our country. Just about like soldiers in the army, how they fought.
Okay.
They fought for it.
All right. So what did they fight for, Amethyst?
They fought for freedom and stuff, but it's also saying that the founding fathers fought for liberty, and then it's asking like, are we free from like all these things that we did? So it's like, are we?
Okay. Anybody else? Isaac, you had your hand up.
So like we got free from England,
Okay.
but we need to free our own selves from like our pride and our self-esteem.
Exactly. So he completed your sentences. So our fathers, they did fight for our liberty, like exactly what Isaac said. They fought for our liberty from England. Then when it came time for the Civil War, some of them fought for the liberty of slaves. Okay, and then obviously in like Pearl Harbor and different things like that from World War II, they fought for the freedom of others. However, even though we are free to do whatever we want, ourselves, we still have pride, we still have everything, like the love of power, we still have ambitions, okay? So this poem, yes, Adam?
We're almost like a slave, right?
Yeah, kind of. It is slavery, like bondage and stuff like that. So, because they fought for our freedoms, even though we kind of put ourselves in those chains, we put ourselves in bondage. So the whole ironic or kind of rhetorical question is, are we really free? Because we need to make sure that we set ourselves free. That's kind of the gist of that story or that poem. Obviously, we don't have to memorize it, but we can talk about them and the significance of them, okay? Make sure you guys are studying your list number 2, 2B, and then your vocab for your quiz tomorrow. Read pages 37 to 40, The Raven, and then exercises A through C due on Wednesday, okay? It is exactly 9:59, so you guys are dismissed.
Your notes. We are beginning a new chapter today. Did everyone get the notes? I put them all on every desk.
I stapled mine.
So everyone should have gotten them. If not, let me know. I'll get those to you. Distant learners, I think I sent you the notes as well. If you don't have them, just shoot me a text real quick. I can send them to you. Or I can just... I hope everyone is doing well. Actually, I'm just gonna send them to him real quick, just in case I didn't. Lacey's here. Welcome, Lacey, to in person. It is good to have you back, so I don't have to do distant learning for you anymore. Hopefully, those who are still distant learning, you can come back as well. Makes it easier, and we get to see you, know you more. But all right, let's everyone start being quiet. Yes, sir. Yes, you did. They were on your desk. 100% guaranteed. Easy 100, Aiden. Easy 100. All right, we're just going to jump right in so we can get the move on. Today we are doing or starting chapter 5. All right. Just had to check something real quick. Starting chapter 5, talking about Egypt. If I mentioned something, you guys haven't learned it, it's because I probably taught it in the 7th and 8th grade. We kind of like learn similar things, but not at the same time. It's kind of been messing me up, but it's all good. All right, we're going to be talking about Egypt. We finished last chapter talking about that Asia area with China, Japan, Korea, and then all the other southeastern Asia parts and countries. But today we are starting chapter 5 of Egypt. Egypt. Obviously, Egypt is a country that's well known in the Bible as well, so we probably will have a lot of biblical references. There's a lot of stuff. Obviously, Egypt dealt with Bible times, an old era. But we're going to jump right into it. Egypt is located in Africa, which is the second largest continent. Sir? I mean, not realistically, but yes. Yes, it is. I finished it, man. I finished it. All right, Africa, the second largest continent. It was once connected to Asia by the Isthmus of Suez. But since 1869, a canal has separated the two continents.
How did it separate? Earthquake, stir.
Yeah, so now instead of the Isthmus of Suez, it's the Suez Canal.
Yep. The Suez Canal makes it possible, or now that there's a body of water, makes it possible for ships to pass between the Mediterranean Sea and the Indian Ocean without having to go around Africa. Okay, so it allows that direct route rather than having to go all the way around. Okay. Also important thing, so we have that canal, the Isthmus of Suez, that started that. But important things in Egypt that we probably already heard of. But important things in Egypt, we have the Sahara, or the Sahara Desert, which is the large, or if you say Sahara is the world's largest desert. Okay, lots of movies have been recorded here. They use it. Sure. I don't know if that one is, but a lot of... Yes, sir.
I got a question. So, who's that guy where it's on a test where it's like the world, where the Bible talks about the world being divided? Does that mean like physically or like the people?
That's talking about the people. Like they were dispersed with dispersion. Yeah, the people were separated.
Was the world like divided or something at any point? Kind of fits together?
You're kind of talking about like the utopia idea where it's all one land and then it split. I mean, to answer that, I would say no. But a lot of that, I mean, it could have been somewhat like that, but the flood could have split it up. But we don't really know. There's nothing in the Bible that tells us, hey, this separated like this. Yeah. Yeah, well, it says like the lands were separated, but we don't know if like that's just because bodies of water covered everything else, and then that was the land that was left, or if it literally was like all stuck together and it like slowly separated. It doesn't completely say like that. Yeah. Yep. The drift. All right. So we have the Sahara, which is the world's largest desert. Adrian. Yeah, sure you did. All right. Next one. We also have the Nile, which is the world's longest river. A lot of the produce and things, way of travel, trade, agriculture. This was all done through the Nile. This land across the Nile was also known as the Fertile Crescent. Okay, this was an area because every June the Nile kind of floods. It hits about a 10-mile radius on each side. It goes into this land. The land soaks up all this water and it becomes very fertile. Okay, but this is the Nile, the world's longest river. Okay, again, with just an introduction, Egypt is located in Africa, but Egypt is in the northeastern corner of Africa. Okay, it's located in the northeastern corner of Africa. It was once the most significant empire in the ancient world. Again, even back in Bible times. Okay, they were the top dogs. Okay, they were the empire that ran. They ruled everything. They had most riches, most fame for a period of time. Okay, under a lot of different pharaohs or their type of kings. Okay, Egypt is also known as, one of the most ancient names for Egypt is Mizraim. Mizraim. And this is the most ancient name for Egypt. It is also the name of one of Ham's sons. The Bible calls Egypt the land of Ham. Okay, that doesn't mean they have lots of pigs and they have ham or bacon. I mean, maybe, but no, that's not why it's called that. It's because it was the name of son of Ham, one of Noah's sons. Okay, we can see this in the Bible in Genesis 10, verse 6 and 13. Okay, we also see the Bible calls Egypt the land of Ham in Psalms 106, verse 21 through 22. Okay, history confirms that the ancient Egyptians, also known as, okay, so at Mizraim, ancient Egyptians which were known as Copts. Not cops, but Copts, like with T. Okay, it kind of sounds the same, certainly with the mask on. Copts. These were Hamitic people who blended with Semitic and Japhetic peoples of the Mediterranean world. Okay, so they kind of blended with other nations. These are the ancient Egyptians. Okay, from Egypt, people traveled south and east to other parts of Africa, taking Egyptians' arts, crafts, family life, their religious ideas, their ways of living, their cultures to different areas. Because of this cultural diffusion, Egypt has been called the seedbed of African cultures. Okay, so again, from Egypt, people travel to other parts of the world. Okay, so you have this country of Egypt. Okay, kind of like that idea of dispersion. Okay, they would just travel, maybe through nomads or something, gypsies, and they would travel, and they would take their ways of living, like their arts, their crafts, family life, religious. Yes, sir? They're kind of just like traveling entertainers, kind of like an early circus idea in that area. I mean, no, not really, but
Like those girls from Aladdin.
no, those aren't really gypsies, but sure. All right, but okay, again, just travel. They were travelers, and they would take their way of life and culture to different areas. Okay, basically the thing you want to know is because of that whole idea, Egypt is known or called the seedbed of African cultures. Okay, meaning the beginning of all other African cultures were based off this culture of Egypt. Obviously, it's not the same, but that was the beginning. So music, a lot of stuff. Because in history, on a side note, a lot of music did originate from Africa.
Really?
Yes, but that's a side note. We're not going to cover that. Okay, we're going to see ancient Egyptians were often called their country Kemet, or it means black, okay, because its rich, fertile soil stood out in dark contrast to the surrounding desert. Again, so basically you see all this sand, right? Even from looking from above pictures, sand's very like gold, or even sometimes appears like white, right? Very bright, certainly when the sun reflects on it. So they would see this dark or Kemet land, they call it black. It would usually be like dark green, obviously, was very fertile because of the Nile River. The Greeks called the land of the Nile Aegyptos, after one of the chief Egyptian temples. The Romans spelled it basically the same thing, just spelled it differently, Aegyptus. Okay, we don't need to know this, it's just for you guys' knowledge. We derive our English name, Egypt. So all that to say, different cultures recognize Egypt. It all goes back to it meaning Egypt. Okay, so we're going to see some different empires. Okay, so in very early times, we see Egypt consisted of a number of small states called nomes. Okay, so the beginning of Egypt, we're going to see a lot of these different nomes. Okay, so which are basically like their cities. So like Cairo obviously is one of the main ones, which we'll talk about way later towards the end of the chapter. Thebes, Karnak, all these different small states of Egypt are called nomes. Okay, nomes, or Egypt with their nomes, were all ruled by strong rulers, as we should know. They're called pharaohs. Okay, that note's not up there. It's kind of common sense, hopefully for 9th and 10th graders. Pharaohs. Make sure we're doing notes, nothing else. Don't want to take any phones away. Okay, pharaohs, these nomes were consolidated, or pharaohs consolidated these nomes until they were only two. Okay, so they consolidated all these nomes into two different main sections, and we're going to know those by these two things that are up there. Lower Egypt, which is like the Nile Delta, and Upper Egypt, which is from the delta near Memphis to the first cataract south of Thebes. Okay, so it's kind of like opposite, okay? Lower is actually like northern part of Egypt. Upper Egypt is like the southern part. So from Memphis, which is like right under where the Sphinx and pyramids are, all the way down. Yeah, I don't know why they do that, to be honest. Doesn't make any sense in the mind, but yes, sir.
Memphis, Tennessee, like named after that?
I have no idea. Maybe, though. All right, so those are our two parts of Egypt. We have Lower Egypt and Upper Egypt. Just remember they're kind of like reversed. The Nile Delta is Lower Egypt, so the fan, the Nile Delta, and then Upper Egypt is from Memphis down all the way to Thebes. Okay? But with these areas of Egypt, we're going to see different rulers that ruled them. Okay, the first one we're going to talk about is Menes. Menes. He united the two states, so this Lower and Upper Egypt, and became the first pharaoh of all of Egypt. Menes became the first pharaoh of all of Egypt. Okay, Egypt became known as the kingdom of the two lands. Okay, because obviously they had these two parts that they separated into. Egypt, after they had a pharaoh, Menes, it was named the kingdom of the two lands. Early Egypt stretched from the Mediterranean Sea southward to the first cataract of the Nile, as I just mentioned. A distance some of 680 miles long, but only about 12 miles wide. Again, okay, we had that Sahara Desert that consumed a lot of that land, a lot of desert terrain, not really habitable, struggling speaking. So a lot of their people where they lived was within that Nile, right? To be able to have food, produce, water to bath and drink. So a lot, transportation, okay? So they stayed around this Nile River. Okay, so it's very somewhat long, 680 miles, which compared to the United States isn't very big, but 680 miles long, but only 12 miles wide. Remember that Nile would flood every June, and it would cover about a 10 miles radius on each side. Okay, so you'd still have a few or a couple more miles where people would live, but they would try to stay real close to that. Okay, so we're going to keep on seeing the first, or back down, as many as 8 million people may have lived in ancient Egypt, most of them near, again, the Nile River, where the population averaged about 750 people per square mile. Okay, over 62 million people live in present-day Egypt. Okay, so even in Bible times, about 8 million people lived in this area of Egypt. Okay, we're going to see that. Also 750, so imagine, I don't know if you can picture this in your head, imagine a mile, okay, 1 mile just in distance, and then making it like a square mile. Okay, 750 people would live in each square mile. Okay, because again, they would live in that small strip of only 12 miles wide. They would kind of split up in little sections. Okay, we're going to see, okay, at the time of Exodus, so again, like I said, Egypt, a lot of what we know happened during Bible times. At the time of Exodus of the Hebrews, circa, which means approximately 1500 BC, Egypt, so before Christ, Egypt was the greatest and most magnificent power of the ancient world, pursuing trade and commerce throughout the eastern Mediterranean, Asia Minor, and Mesopotamia. Okay, it was a hot hub. Okay, remember they had that area of water so that they could go through to the Mediterranean, Asia Minor. So that was a way of travel. So again, this is time of Exodus. They pursued a lot of different trade throughout different areas. Okay, we saw Menes, the first pharaoh or leader of Egypt. We're going to see another man. The Nile, again, is the longest river in the world and is one of the few that flow from south to north. Okay, we're going to see Herodias. This is the Greek father of history. Okay, this man, he traveled throughout the Mediterranean world in classical times. He called Egypt the gift of the Nile. Okay, he's kind of like a traveler or like a historian, present-day historian maybe. Probably wrote down a lot of history, recorded history. But he was a Greek man that's considered the father of history, and he traveled throughout all this Mediterranean, maybe Bible times areas. Okay, so again, he called Egypt the gift of the Nile. Again, because the Nile gave Egypt a lot of the things they had. It gave them people would want to live there. It gave them people wanted to come there and trade. Okay, they would want to come because it's a very prosperous land. Okay, in the Nile, we're going to see this area called the Nile Delta. The Nile Delta. This is a rich alluvial plain of fertile soil. It got its name from a triangular shaped Greek letter called the delta. Okay, so we have the Nile River. Obviously, it's a river. On the top, it kind of has that fan, right? It disperses into a bunch of like little rivers into the Mediterranean Sea. Yes, sir. Just like saying basically like how it splits into different streams. Okay, again, this is the Nile Delta. So you have the Nile. Yes, sir.
I didn't get the last half being the
Gift of the Nile. Okay, again, so the Nile Delta is the end. So you go from south to north. You have the Nile River flowing all throughout Egypt. That's 680 miles. And then at the top, as you've probably seen in pictures and even in the one on the right, you can kind of see how its green disperses. Instead of just being that 12-mile radius, you see how the green disperses because the river disperses into a bunch of like smaller streams into the Mediterranean Sea, so it covers a larger area. Okay, this is the Nile Delta. Okay, the delta got its name, again, like I said, from the Greek letter delta, which resembles, is the fourth letter of the Greek alphabet. And it resembles that fan-shaped structure. Okay, now we're going to see a little bit of, so that's like the beginning of Egypt, kind of just the background. We're going to see now the cultural life of ancient Egypt. What's different about them? What did they use in their language, literature, their cities, right? So we're going to start off with their writing, as writing is very important. Writing of Egyptians was hieroglyphics. Okay, ancient Egyptians had a mix of different languages, okay, with both Hamitic and Semitic elements. Like Sumerian cuneiform, remember how we talked about that? Written Egyptian developed from picture writing into a highly elaborated system of some 700 characters, and this was known as their hieroglyphics. Okay, maybe if you want to write a side note, hieroglyphics had about 700 characters. Okay, compared to the ancient Hebrews, Greeks, Romans, and even Sumerians of early times, the Egyptians did not produce any great literature. Okay, the most important Egyptian work was the Book of the Dead. The Book of the Dead. This was a book of prayers and incantations, which was placed in the tombs to protect the spirits of the dead. Okay, so it's not quite like a book of what you think about. It's not a story completely. Again, it's just a book of prayers and maybe their rituals, which were placed in tombs to protect the spirits of the dead. Okay, because basically Egyptians believed, and we'll probably talk about it later, but they believed in the idea of, hey, whatever they're buried with, they're going to have that in their next life or in their afterlife, right? So a lot of times they would have lots of riches, they would have lots of things, and so they want to put this Book of the Dead to protect either they didn't really completely believe in a soul, but protect the body or the being of the person from any evil spirits. Okay, so that's a little bit about their language and literature. Again, they didn't really have or produce any great literature other than hieroglyphics and this idea of the Book of the Dead. Okay, now we're going to talk about the Egyptian cities. Okay, ancient Egypt cities grew up along, again, the Nile River or in the Nile Delta. The more important cities served as capitals for the government, as centers of worship or various deities, right? So main cities were a place of worship. People would go from their little, they would go from their nomes, and then they would go to the main cities for worship. Okay, some main cities we see are Memphis, or known as Noph, or Thebes, which is considered an Egyptian No. These are the two most important capitals in Egyptian history. Okay, so during its long history, ancient Egypt had several different capital cities, but these are the two most important. Memphis was 12 miles south of modern Cairo. Okay, that map we had up there. Remember, you had Cairo, and it's just 12 miles south. And then Thebes was about 450 miles south of Cairo, so it was more towards the bottom of Egypt. Again, as I said, Memphis is known as Noph in the Hebrew Bible, and Thebes is called No in the Hebrew Bible. Jeremiah's, Ezekiel's, and Nahum's prophecies against these once splendid cities have been abundantly fulfilled. Okay, so we're going to see these cities specifically mentioned in the Bible in references like Jeremiah 46:19, Ezekiel 30:13 through 19, if you want to write these down maybe for extra credit on the test or something. And Nahum 3:8 through 10. Okay, so the Bible specifically talks about these two cities. Nothing remains of Memphis except 2 granite colossi and 1 alabaster sphinx. Nothing remains of Thebes but the vast necropolis. Necropolis, or known as the City of the Dead. This is located on the west bank of the Nile, aside from the ruins of Karnak and Luxor. It is all that remains of Thebes. Sir.
So is it like the necropolis or like built to be one, or is it just
It's like a tomb, yeah.
it's like a giant tomb?
Yep. So like, and we're about to talk about it. So like early Egyptians, certainly for pharaohs, tombs, they would do like pyramid style. Obviously we have the Great Pyramids, but there's smaller pyramids too. Maybe that didn't survive, but those were like their tombs. Then they went to, we'll talk about it later. Start with the M. I can't remember the word off the top of my head, but they used those as tombs. But this necropolis is what they did later time in Egypt, and they allowed them because they kind of basically they got sick of building these large buildings for a tomb or a couple tombs, so they just build these large things for a large tomb or burial area. Yeah. It was like the Egyptian catacombs, basically. Yep. And you'd have your metal tombs. But, okay, so moving on. Actually, we're just going to stop there today, okay? That'll be the last note for today. Give you guys some time to work on your homework. We do have, I believe, a quiz this week, so be ready for that. We'll review like I always try to do, or at least give a little help on it. But for homework, let's do page 49 questions 10 through 12. Page 49, questions 10 through 12. So only 2 or 3 questions. Yes, ma'am.
On Friday we did,
You did 10 through 12?
we did page 49, 8 through 12 even, which is 8, 10, and 12.
Okay. That's good. All right, so I just won't assign homework. Give you guys a day off. I'll be nice. We'll jump in back to homework tomorrow. Remember, always be ready for a pop quiz, okay? So I'm going to stop requiring the reading. Okay, you don't have to read it. But when we have homework, I would advise at least going through, either going over the questions or skimming through the reading so you can be ready anytime we have a pop quiz. Obviously, we're not going to have one tomorrow because I'm not giving any reading, but we're ready for that. We also have a quiz on Wednesday. We'll have a quiz on Wednesday. Again, we'll review for that tomorrow. Any other questions? Distant learners, if you guys have any questions, just let me know. You guys have my number or email. Just let me know. I'll get whatever you guys need to you. I'll send out those quizzes probably today or tomorrow, so you'll have that ahead of time. Hope you guys are doing well, and hopefully you guys can come back to school soon. Have a good day.
All right, welcome to geometry. We're on section 1.20 on page 32 and 33 of your textbook, page 22 of your supplement. So make sure you're on page 22 of your supplement, pages 32 and 33 of your textbook. Your supplement has the information at the top and room for you to create this construction on the bottom so you can see how it's done. More specifically, so you can do it along with me. So that way you guys know how to do it instead of some abstract example in the book. Okay? You guys are actually going to go through and do this. So make sure you have a compass and a ruler and a drawing utensil. Then go get one. Yes. Gabby will go ahead and pass this out for me. Thank you. All right. No. Guys, no. Just pass them out, please. All right. So the first thing we need is a given angle. So we're going to go ahead and draw on our... Guys, listen up. Take your ruler, draw yourself an angle. Does not matter what size.
Wait, so we draw a random angle?
Yep. I'm not even using a protractor.
Oh, it's like last week, right? We just draw a random angle.
I already gave you the pages multiple times. Okay. Y'all understand I'm live, right?
Yeah. I do. Andrew, if you're here,
So quiet down. Get out your stuff. Copy an angle or make an angle on your papers for you to copy. Right where we are. We're on pages 32 and 33 of our textbook. You should be on 1.20. Yes. Yuvia, I don't know how many different ways I can tell you the page number. I don't know it in Spanish. So anyway. All right, we're moving on. So step one. Oh, first of all, step one would actually be to label our thing. So this should be AOB. Yep, because that's what's labeled in the diagram in the book. So for labeling to match our steps, we're going to label it AOB. Okay, then I'm going to open up my compass. How far? Doesn't matter.
Will we always have to write AOB on like the test or like that, or is it gonna like give us?
No, it'll just be whatever angle they give you. It's just the steps are written with certain points, so that's why we're keeping it that way. It's more important that you get the concept. You don't necessarily have to ever write the steps again. The steps are for you. All right, so let's look at how to do this. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to open up our compass and draw ourselves an arc. Okay? So this arc must hit both sides of this arc. Now, on a working line, so without changing your compass, but we're going to create a working line for us to create a new angle on. Okay, so there's my new line.
Can it be like any measurement line?
Yeah.
I have a good question. What if you just make a line, we don't make another angle?
Correct, because we're about to copy the angle. So I've drawn the arc. So now I'm going to, from my endpoint, make an arc. The same size. Do not change the compass. Yes, what's your question? You kept whispering teacher, so I don't know. Like, I don't know what you want me to do there. All right. Okay, so with point P as center, okay, and that's just where that goes, we are going to create this thing. The book says that you're given the line in the first place. You can just draw the line. Doesn't matter. Okay, but if you start at the point they tell you to start at. All right. Then, with E as center. Wait, what? Hold on. Hold on. And distance DC is radius. Okay, so they're starting to shortcut stuff. So we're going to label this point C and point D. This here will be point E. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to measure CD. Okay, see how I'm measuring it?
Yes.
Okay. Then I'm going to take and start at point E and copy that distance. Now that the distance is copied, this is point K. They go through and label this point F. I really don't know why, but there you go. It's labeled. Yep, and then you just connect the dots.
Wait, why F? Like, that's just so random.
It's the next one after E.
Why'd you put P?
That's the next one after O. We're copying angle O to angle P.
Oh,
Wow, this is so easy.
I didn't realize that. Okay.
You guys are the first class that think so. But anyway,
Really?
yeah. All right, so if I go through and measure my original angle, it's about 62 degrees.
Ooh, I'll measure mine.
Okay. If I go over and copy or look at the new angle, it's at 62 degrees.
So
Shocker.
if I got the same thing, this is better than Ricky's magic tricks. For real.
Except all this is mathematically provable, which is something we'll actually do later on. We'll actually come back and prove these constructions mathematically.
Dude, yeah, I got both 40 degrees.
Actually, speaking of which, while y'all are finishing up your constructions, make sure you're not talking. While y'all are finishing up your constructions, let me just bring something kind of connected to what happened or what he talked about in chapel this morning. Okay, a famous mathematician named Rene Descartes. He's actually famous for the saying, "I think, therefore I am," which sounds extremely arrogant until you realize the context in which he said it. See, Rene Descartes was struggling, as many mathematicians or people of high intellect will begin to do at some point. He began struggling with insanity. He began struggling with, does he even exist? Does anything he perceives real? And so this started really spiraling him downward. And as he's going through and as he's examining the evidence, because that's what you do as a mathematician or as a scientist, he's questioning everything until finally it hits him, I can question. I don't have to blindly accept. I can question. I think, therefore I am. He proves his own existence by his ability to question whether he exists. And then he takes it a step further, and through several steps of math, because you got to understand, math proofs are more than just those tables that will show. Math proofs are just based on this, then I can prove this. Based on this, then I can prove this. And so that's what mathematical proofs are, and we're going to look at that here later on in the year. But he goes through a series of mathematical proofs and eventually arrives at the conclusion there must exist a higher intelligence because I have intelligence. And intelligence cannot come from non-intelligence. Therefore, there must be one whose intelligence is higher than mine. There must be one who created my intelligence. There must be one supreme intelligent being in the universe. He goes from doubting his own existence to proving the existence of God in the space of about 3 pages. He proved the existence of a God in that paper. Now, I don't remember if he goes through and admits that to be the God of the Bible, but he goes through and proves the existence of a God. Mathematically, using pure logic. That paper is yet to be disproven.
Yeah, Ricky's magic tricks.
So anyway, you probably know him best. His best known contribution, other than the statement, I think, therefore I am, which once you realize the gravity of the statement, you're like, oh, the man was trying to prevent insanity. It's like,
Snob, it's like,
yeah, no,
I
he was trying to prove he existed. Like, that's what he was doing. Anyway, so he goes through, but you guys know him better as the person who invented the Cartesian plane. You know how we would do graphs in Algebra 1? He invented that graphing system.
Darn it!
It's because of him that the study of algebra was able to continue past the purely abstract to where we can actually apply it to things like business, to things like the modern world. Even if you don't like the application yourself, you benefit from the application of it. Well, until that happened, applying it to, say, a profit-loss line was impossible. You have to be able to graph it. So those charts that businesses rely on to create in Excel and show in board meetings, all that stuff happens because this man went through and created a graphing system.
What happened if you didn't?
Modern business would not work the way it does. Now, there could be arguments either way, but let's face it, people are greedy no matter what system there is.
Yeah.
So you can always look at that if you want to, or you can look at some of the progress we've made as the ability to look at data and analyze. Okay, and so he brought the method of analysis much further. All right, there's my sidebar. 1.21. I love doing that sidebar because it shows someone who struggled getting back to the truth. Yes.
Question. It says constructing perpendicular to a given point on the line.
Yes.
Is that the same thing as constructing perpendicular bisector?
No, actually, I was just about to get to that.
Elon Musk thinks we're in a simulation.
Yep. Again, we're moving on. Okay, so, which, by the way, wouldn't that admit that there was a higher power? There's no other conclusion you can come to as a mathematician or a scientist other than there must exist someone who designed the planet, someone who designed us. And so even the modern idea floating around that we're in a computer simulation
That's true.
still admits there is a God.
That means somebody made
Belief in aliens is actually a belief in the existence of a higher power.
Yeah. What if the aliens were of a lower power?
Then how would they have gotten here before we could get there? Okay, anyway, moving on. So that's my point, though. Guys, back to class, please. Thank you. Douglas. Okay. Anyway, so I'm just bringing that up, okay? And I don't agree with any of those other philosophies, but I'm saying you have to acknowledge there exists someone higher than you if you just look at evidence. Okay, and he's going to go through that in chapel tomorrow, and I'm not trying to steal his arguments, whatever they may be. I don't know. But those are a couple of my favorites, especially Rene Descartes going through and mathematically proving. My personal one that really brought everything back for me, aside from the mathematical logic of the Bible, and again, that's more than just numbers. Okay, I'm not talking numerology because that's its own bucket of crazy, and I'm not getting into that. Okay, and that's not biblical. Anyway, but the mathematical logic of the Bible. If you read Romans, Paul goes through and mathematically proves the doctrines of the faith. He proves salvation is by faith alone. He proves, and he goes through, and because I set out to actually write a book at one point about mathematically proving the doctrines of the faith, and then I got through my introduction, got ready to do the first proof, and realized Paul had already done it. And I'm like, oh. Well, there goes that. Okay, so anyway, it wasn't that long. So I just kind of abandoned that project because Paul already did it. It's already in Scripture. It doesn't need to be done. Okay? You start out with the statement the Bible is true. From there, everything else can be proven. Okay? And like he was mentioning today in chapel, there's evidences outside Scripture that point to the Bible being true. But again, we'll talk about that more later. I'm kind of doing my sidebar early because that's actually a planned sidebar for later. Yes. But anyway, moving on. We're moving on. So let's go on to construction 4. Construction 4, let's bring it back to class. There's my sidebars.
Like a sidetrack thing, it's like a meme, and it's like literally a train crashing into a boat.
Okay. Construction 4. Constructing a perpendicular to a given line at a point in the line. So let's just go ahead and create a line. Yep, just a line.
Are we on 1.21?
Yes, 1.21, so we're on the next page. There's my line. I'm not even on the graph line. That's mildly triggering. And let's say I want to draw perpendicular to this point. Now, the first construction we learned was to create a perpendicular, what? Yeah, just a random point. Preferably not in the middle. And that's only to make it obvious that we're not bisecting it. Okay, for the sake of the demonstration. You could be toward the middle. Anyway, we're moving on. So in construction 1, we learned how to make the perpendicular bisector of a line segment. So that was where we went from both ends of each line. It's not only perpendicular to the line, but it also hits the midpoint of the line. Is that the midpoint of my line? No, that's why we need this construction. This is say, hey, let's say you don't have the midpoint of your line, but you need a perpendicular. Here's how you can create one. Okay? Now, if you're just asked to create a perpendicular line and you're not given a point, yeah, do the perpendicular bisector. It's faster. Okay, at least to me. Okay? But if you need a perpendicular to a given point, we can do that. All right, so let's look at this. First of all, with P as center, this is point P. And let me get out the diagram. This is AV. The book shows it more toward the middle, and I really dislike that because the whole point of this is the whole point of this is to not have it in the middle, but we're moving on. Yeah. So let's look at the steps. Will you stay put? No. Sure, that'll work.
Yeah,
Yeah, just hold it right above my screen. Okay, no, I'm kidding. Don't do that. All right, so with P as center and any radius less than PA or PB, we will draw arc CD. So basically, we don't want the arc to go off the line. Okay, that's all we're saying. So as long as the arc doesn't go off the line, we're good. So I'm going to do this radius. I'm on my point. Yep. And you're going to go all the way to where it hits both sides of the line. Because you want an equal distance from A.
So it can be any measurement?
Yep. Okay. Now you ready for this?
No, no, no.
Me no comprende, señor.
Okay. All you're doing is you're creating an equal distance to both sides of the points. You guys see where I'm going with that? That means point P is the perpendicular, or is the bisecting point between C and D. So then at that point, we essentially just copy making a perpendicular bisector, but we can take a shortcut. Okay? Don't worry about it too much. Because we've made an equal distance line, we could just cut the segment in half now and do construction 1 if we wanted. However, I mean, we can take a shortcut because we have one of our defined points, so we can just go above.
Hey, you write G's like I do.
All right, so then I'm going to make it longer and mark above from both points C and D.
Wait, so where do you mark it?
You use C and D as your centers, and then you just mark above on each side where it intersects. That's your top point. If you did below, that would be fine. I'm not going to out of laziness, and because it's not part of the technical necessity of the diagram. And boom, perpendicular through point P, which I don't even need to get out a protractor to see that that's perpendicular. Yes. Or at least to point P, like it should touch.
Oh, dang.
Yeah. Yep.
The one thing I like is like, we're doing this much work and we could just draw 2 lines.
My bad. All right. Tonight's homework.
Oh wow, we're already almost done with class.
Time has nothing to do with it in here. Let's put it that way. I will only cover a certain amount of material for the sake of sanity. Because I only do 2 constructions per day, so that way they don't start getting mixed up.
I love
Like Albert Einstein said.
I kind of starting to like this class, and that's not good.
Honestly, I like this class. It's just that I
All right, hold on. Quiet down.
I don't think we have any homework.
I just don't like how we have to say
Nope, no homework. Lucky you guys. Yes, go ahead. All right, so no homework tonight. Make sure you guys are studying up. The next quiz should be soon, but I don't have an exact date for you guys yet due to things. So just make sure you guys are keeping up with it, but past that, enjoy your night off. See you guys later.
Okay.
Let's switch seats. Let the three go.
Okay, let's have a word of good almost afternoon, DL. DLs. Girls, back to your seats, please. Okay. First time to see you today, but that's okay. Okay. Let's have a word of prayer.
So you are pregnant.
Okay, let's have a word of prayer. Father, thank you for today. Thank you for what we heard in chapel today, and thank you for Ben Shetler coming and just speaking to us and be willing to do that and share his heart and the scripture. And Lord, pray that we can personally take advantage of what he's saying, because there's so much truth in what he even said today. Help us to be able to apply things to our lives. Grant us this hour, Father. Give us strength and guidance as we go into this, and help us just to continually have an open mind towards what's being said, how it's being presented, and being able to apply it to our activities. So direct us in this hour, in thy precious name. Amen. Okay. Shh. Doesn't mean to start talking. Okay, let's do a little bit of a review here. Okay. Gabby, how about your seat, please? Okay. So, here's the first question. What is the study of matter and energy and the interactions occurring between them? Class? Doug, quiet. Anybody? Thank you. It's physics. Whose teaching dominated scientific thought for almost 2,000 years? Aristotle.
I knew one.
Who discovered the laws of motion and gravitation? Okay, Newton did. What are the quantities, what are quantum mechanics, relativity, solid state physics, and particle physics called? Nope.
Matter.
No. Modern physics. What is the mathematical quantity that has only a magnitude?
Vector.
No.
Scalar.
It's a scalar or scalar quantity. Okay.
The next one is vector.
What is the mathematical quantity that has both magnitude and direction?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Vector quantity or just vector? Okay.
I said first.
What is the scalar quantity representing the total length of the object's path? Total length. Shh.
Distance. Something.
Yep.
Oh yeah, got it. Correct.
Okay. What is the vector representing an object's change in position?
Direction.
It's the other D word. No. What? No?
That's not correct.
Displacement.
Same thing.
Okay. Okay, I have this twice. So, what is the combination of two different vectors into a resultant?
Oh yeah. Distance.
The hint, VA.
Value.
2 words, VA. Yeah, I can see it. Vector addition. Okay, what is a vector showing the combination effect of two or more other vectors? Okay. Hey, Gabby, please turn around. Stay turned around. Okay. I'm hearing talk other than answering the question. Think about this. Just don't let the words confuse you. There's a thought in there. What is a vector showing the combination?
It's a vector addition.
Nope. That was this one.
Wait, is it vector?
Okay. No. What is the vector that's showing the combination?
Resultant.
The resultant. It's the result, okay, of the mathematical, okay? Next question. Here it is, long one. What's the mathematical principle stating that the square of the hypotenuse, the long side of a right triangle, is equal to the sum of the squares of the legs or the short sides?
Pythagorean. That weird keyword.
Pythagorean theorem.
I'm smart.
It's because you're looking.
That's what it's supposed to be.
What is the state of changing a position? There you go. Motion. What is the study of motion and forces? Dynamics. What is the branch of physics that addresses the effects of forces? Mechanics. What is the scholar measuring the distance traveled per unit time? Speed.
It's to reveal I'm being smart. I'm using my resources.
What is the speed calculated over a distance?
Average speed.
Average speed.
I'm using my resources.
Okay.
I'm smart.
Shh. Now,
There's no rules on it.
now continue on with our lesson, or start a new lesson, but continuing on with motion. Okay? We're talking about velocity today. Shh. Adrian, consider that your final verbal warning before I start putting them down here. Okay? Pay attention. And no more throwing notes or whatever. Consider that your verbal warning back there before I start. Okay? Now, in ordinary conversation, the terms speed and velocity are just usually used simultaneously or synonymously, okay? Which means when you talking about speed, you're generally talking about velocity. In physics, speed is a different In speed, or in physics, speed is a scholar measuring the distance covered by an object per unit time. But on the other hand, velocity is the vector measuring the displacement. Okay? So there's a difference when it comes to physics. Scholar is the mathematical quantity that has only one magnitude. Remember this. Vector is the mathematical quantity that has the magnitude and the direction involved. So velocity is just the change in position or the displacement divided by time. Okay? So that's why your formula is going to come up, I put this as twice, your formula is going to come up as velocity equals displacement over time, or V equals delta displacement over time. Okay? What's the purpose of the arrows?
You're doing the order going that way.
Okay? Which means if it's going right, it's going to be what? Positive. Okay? So the arrows are going right, so therefore our answer has to be in the positive form. Okay? In this regard. Okay? So, two people can travel different distances in the same amount of time and still have the same velocity. Okay? Because if we go back here, velocity is the change in position just divided by the time. Okay? And then we also found out that in vector, or excuse me, velocity is a vector measuring the distance of an object per the unit of time. Okay? So you've been doing this for 8-9 years now. Okay? You're just putting it with different terminology. Makes it sound harder, but it's really not any harder with just different terminology. Okay? So, here's an illustration. A student jogs home from school via his friend's house, a distance traveled of 7 kilometers, 7.0, while his sister walks straight home, a distance traveled of 5 kilometers. If they both arrived in 1 hour, the boy's speed was 7 kilometers per hour and the girl's speed, sister, was 5 kilometers per hour. But since they both had the same displacement, okay, 5 kilometers northeast is the same in the same time, 1 hour, their velocities 5 kilometers per hour northeast were the same. Okay? Even though, okay, because he may have went faster going as 7, whereas going straight she didn't have to go quite as fast, but the velocity, because of their displacement, okay, became the same. Another illustration. A person is paddling a canoe through still waters at 5 kilometers per hour, basically 3.1 miles per hour, south. The canoe's motion can be represented by a vector showing the speed and the direction in which the canoe is paddled. If you instead launch the canoe into a creek flowing with a velocity of 2.0 kilometers per hour south, you will float with the current at 2.0 kilometers. But if you begin, letter D, to paddle south at 5 kilometers per hour through the water, your actual velocity will be 7 kilometers per hour. Okay, now look at this. For example, you're negative 2 kilometers per hour minus your negative 5. That should, I'm not sure where that, well, I know where it came from, but I don't think that there should be a negative 2 on that. Okay? So it should be just 2.0 kilometers per hour. Right. So minus the negative 5 because you're working against the current with the negative 5. But in algebraic formulas, never subtract, always add. And if you are adding this, you're going to change that minus sign to a plus. And the rule states that if you change your operation, you have to change your next integer. Okay? So that means that that would be a positive 2 should be at the bottom, minus a negative 5, or plus a positive 5. Okay? Equals or gives you your positive 7 for your answer. Okay? Still applying your algebraic rules to all this. Okay? So once again, you've done this. You started this in pre-algebra, maybe even a little sooner, the rules and everything, and now you're just applying vectors and scalars and all that to it. No change in the procedure. Okay? Let's look at this example, page 51. Okay? It's in your packet. It says, consider the river just described in the other illustration, which flows south at 2 kilometers per hour. The first question is, what is the velocity of a canoe paddled upstream at 5 kilometers per hour relative to the current? Okay? So basically, and if it helps you to do this, well, in your book, figures 3.8b, page 50, gives you this, but sketch the arrows to be added sketch the vectors to be added as arrows. As before, we chose to treat vectors pointing north as positive, like we said. Okay? So, in this case, you've got a negative 2 kilometers plus your positive 5 kilometers is going to put you on the positive side of 0 at 3 kilometers per hour. Okay? The positive value just means that the direction is north. Ricky, that's 1. The resultant is therefore 3.0 kilometers north. So, the total velocity was reduced because the canoe is now traveling in an opposite, or is traveling opposite the current. Okay? Now, letter B. So now, what is the velocity if the canoe heads 5 kilometers per hour east, which is, or relative to the current? Okay, so we got this. The canoe is moving at a right angle to the current. Okay, so instead of going with the current north and south, and last question was going north, now we're going across the current, so we are heading east or opposite or across the current and fighting some issues. Amethyst?
Okay, this is kind of random, but I just want to where's prepare for your topic selection?
No, we'll get to that. Okay, so number 3. Drawing a right triangle shows that the resultant should point east or southeast if you were drawing your picture. Use the Pythagorean theorem to determine the magnitude of the resultant. And how do you find that? By the Pythagorean is the longer side, and it's the addition of the other two sides. So, you do this. C squared equals A squared plus B squared, which is the formula for the Pythagorean theorem. C squared equals 5 kilometers per hour squared plus 2 kilometers per hour squared gives you 25 kilometers per hour, still squared, plus 4 kilometers squared, okay, per hour squared. Now the reason in the third line that they're still squared is because we have to keep them squared because the C is squared still. And we haven't gotten rid of that square for the C yet. Okay? So if you had 25 and 4, you come up with 29 kilometers per hour, and it's still squared. Okay? So now, let's take that square out of the picture. Okay? So now we're going to square root it of C squared. And so therefore the square root of 29 kilometers per hour squared gives us our answer of C, which is 5.385 kilometers per hour, or in scientific or significant figures, sig figs, we have 5.4. Okay? Yes, ma'am. Okay? So, based upon the illustrations and the example that we just went over, if you were paying attention, let's take this question. Practice 3.1c. If an airplane undergoes a displacement of 500 kilometers northwest in 1.2 hours, what is its average velocity? Remember, you need to make sure you're getting all this written down because this is an answer on, this is a blank on your homework sheets, okay? So here it is. Here's your formula. Velocity, average velocity, equals delta x over time, over t. Your delta x is your 500 kilometers, and your time is 1.2 hours. So you're doing just simple division problem. 500 divided by 1.2. It's giving you 417 kilometers per hour northwest at about an average, they estimate it at 420. Now, why not just keep it at 417? Why take it a one more step and go the
Extra mile?
if you want to look at it that way. But why should we change it to 420 instead of 417? They're rounding, but why?
So you have significant
Because what?
you have significant digits.
Well, 417 has got the same amount of significant digits as 420.
But you round up.
Why? Do you know your 17 multiplication tables?
No.
Okay, but you do know your 20s because you know your 2.
And your tiny.
Okay, so and your 10s, yeah. So it's easier to multiply 420 by something than it is 417. So they're just putting it into a area where it's easier to understand the numbers. Okay, that's all that basically is. Okay. Okay. Any questions about that? Ricky, how about turning around? Adrian, stay turned around. Okay, number 2.
Will you cut my face with compass?
If a car travels 12.0 kilometers south, okay, get the picture in your mind. He's heading south 12 kilometers. Then he turns around and goes 5 kilometers back north in 0.25 hours. What is its average velocity? You already got one. You want 2?
Oh, no.
What is its average velocity? So here's what you're going to do. Delta x equals the 12 plus the negative 5, giving you 7 kilometers south. Okay? So we went south 12, back up 5. We're still on the south side of 0. Okay? So it's going to be your 7.0 kilometers south. What would be another way you possibly could write that?
Like formula?
No, the 7. You could write it as possibly a negative 7. But to keep our minds on the positive side of it, okay, let's just keep it positive and write the word south behind it. Okay? So now let's take those numbers. Velocity equals delta x over time. Delta x is 7.0 kilometers. Time, 0.25 hours. Simple division. and you're going to come up with 28 kilometers south. Okay? Now, I'm not sure why they didn't round this to 30. Okay? But if you probably did that, I wouldn't count it against you as long as you got the formula and worked the process out. Okay? Okay? Any questions about what they did on number 2? I'll give you a moment. Adam?
Wait, so how did you get the amount or kilometers per hour, like average speed stuff?
Which one? Up here at the top?
Yeah.
The top line? From the story, the car traveled at 12 south, then 5 north. Okay? So, since I was going in the opposite direction 5, that's the negative 5.
Not that, the average velocity. Average speed. Like the one at the bottom.
At the very bottom?
Yeah.
Taking 7 divided by 0.25. Taking 7 divided by 0.25? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Number 3. This should be number 3, not 2. Or is this the same thing? Okay. Thank you. Part B. So we found out what the other one was, 28 kilometers. Now we're going to answer what is the average speed. The second question to the problem. So, distance is 12 kilometers plus 5 kilometers gives us 17.0 kilometers. Because we went 12 down south, back up 5, okay? So we got to get the average speed here, so we got to get total displacement here. Okay, so our distance is now 17 kilometers. So the formula for that is speed equals distance divided by time. Distance is 17 kilometers. Time, that t shouldn't be up there. That should be just 0.25. And if you do that division, you get 68 kilometers per hour. Okay?
So it's 68, right?
Huh?
The answer is 68.
68 kilometers per hour, yes. Okay? Okay, any questions about that one? Give you a moment to write all that down. Yes.
On number 1, why did they go from 417 to 420?
Just to round it up
Okay, so it's,
to a workable number,
so when it's a larger number like that, you round it.
basically. And I don't know why they didn't do this with 28 to 30. Okay? But, and I don't, 68, maybe it's just because it's larger numbers. I don't have enough. Okay? Okay, question number 3. Pay attention. It says calculate the magnitude of the resultant velocity of a canoe if the speed of the current is 8 kilometers per hour and the canoe is paddled across the creek at 6 kilometers per hour. Hint, use the Pythagorean theorem to find the answer. So that means we're going to use what formula?
C squared equals A squared plus B squared.
There you got it. So here it is. C squared equals A squared plus B squared. A squared is 8 kilometers per hour. A squared plus 6 kilometers per hour I don't think the A should be in there. That should be just squared. Okay? Second line, that shouldn't be A squared. Right there, that should just be squared, sorry. So when you put in all these formulas on a computer like this, it's a rather tedious job. Okay? But this is the best way to illustrate and to let you see what we're talking about without having to write it all on the whiteboard. Okay. So, now, these look like division problems, but actually they're not. A lot of times they can just be written as 8.0 kilometers / hour, okay, like it is in the story problem, okay. Sometimes in the book they put it as a fractional, which means the same thing, okay, per hour. So you add those together, okay, and you get 10 kilometers, okay, for your answer. Okay? Okay, now, let's go to your homework section, okay? We're going to do a quiz tomorrow, but since we are in this, well, I guess we wouldn't have to worry about it, but I'm going to go ahead and do it since I'm doing the rest of the classes. Kind of in this flux schedule this first few days of this week with chapel. We'll just make this quiz tomorrow open book, okay? Also because we are doing a lot of tedious type stuff, and I want to make sure you understand it. Girls, please. Both of you, that's one. So we'll do that as an open book tomorrow, so be, I guess, ready or whatever you need to at that point. Now, prepare for your topic selection. According to the Abeka curriculum, this is where they would start their scientific research problem, okay? Scientific method process that we've canceled for a few years. I put it in here because I was still debating about whether to do it, and it came up sooner than what I thought it was going to. So I haven't completely put my thoughts around this yet, but I wanted to make sure I had it on here so that as a reminder to me whether or not we're going to do the scientific method project again or not. That might be part of our solution this year because of the COVID issue. So, hey, who gave you permission to start talking? So that might be our solution to all this, because it's going to be very difficult for labs this year because of the COVID, and labs may be more demonstrational versus experimental, and so this might give us something that we can do on an individual basis. Okay, but I'm still in the thinking process of this. I'll let you know here soon if we are still going to do this or not. Okay, so class is over at 12:30. You got another 5 minutes. Okay, make sure that 3.1 is going to become homework on Wednesday. Okay, Friday. DLs, there will be no class on Friday because we have a minimum day, and our class starts at 10 till, so there's no reason to even come online. So take note of that. On Friday, no class. Okay, so okay, DLs, that's going to conclude today. So same time, same channel, same station tomorrow. See ya. Bye-bye.
Alan, ¿qué día es hoy? Lunes. Yes. ¿Qué día fue ayer, Adrián? ¿Qué día fue ayer? Domingo. Catch. ¿Qué día es mañana? Jeremías. Martes. Lluvia, tell me the numbers 1 through 20 really quick. 20, okay. Sorry, my bad. Gabby, stand and tell me the verse.
Juan 14:6. Jesús le dijo, yo soy el camino y la verdad y la vida.
Thank you. Ellie, tell me, how would you introduce yourself? And if it's evening, how would you say a greeting if it's during the evening?
During the evening?
Yes.
Like introduce myself in a greeting?
Yeah.
Hola, me llamo Eliana. Buenos días, señor. O buenas noches. Buenas noches, señor.
Buenas noches, señor. Y mi nombre es
Eliana.
Eliana. Who else? Yeah, it is noches.
Okay.
Yeah. So for the online students, we're just doing a small review, and that's like basically what's gonna happen throughout the day. Don't tell me. Lilina? No. That's okay. You are Jaylene. Okay. Jaylene. Yes. Rapidito, sí. Jaylene, how will you give me directions to the library? ¿Cómo? Biblioteca. Here you go. I'll give it to you. Okay, so I want you to go ahead and open to where the questions are. Pick a question, raise your hand, and I want you to ask to the class, okay? If you already got a chocolate, you'll have to wait. Go ahead, go to the question section.
Which page is it?
Do you guys have your copies? Go to the question section. Okay, Douglas, stand and ask the question to the class. Enrique, you're answering his question, okay?
Wait, do I say the question and do I say it in English?
No, just in Spanish.
¿Cómo se traduce biblioteca?
So, Ricky, ¿cómo se traduce biblioteca? Do you have your copies? Uh-huh. Biblioteca. Do you have your copies? Okay, what is biblioteca? It should be in your copies. Can anyone help him? Gabby? Library. So what did he ask you?
Yes, how do you translate library?
How do you translate library? Douglas, did you get one already? Okay. Ricky, catch. I might hit someone. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, this is from Friday when I got kicked out.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Jesse, stand and tell me the first 5 letters of the alphabet. This is Spanish class, sir. Can anyone help him? So can you say them, Jesse? She just said them. Okay, Lilina, say a little louder. Okay, start with? No. What's the first letter? A? Okay, Jesse? Good job. You guys can catch. Catch, Jesse. I'm gonna hit you. Okay. Isaac. Tell me the vowels in Spanish. Okay, can you help him, Lacey? The vowels. Where are the vowels? Say the vowels in English. A, E, I, O, U. What are the vowels? No, you guys are not allowed to answer. Okay, back. Isaac. The vowels. Lacey, help him. In Spanish? A, E, I, O, U. Isaac? Louder? Okay, class, what are the vowels in Spanish? No. Okay, ready? A, E, I, O, U. Okay, let's say the vowels again. A, E, I, O, U. Okay, can you guys catch? Can you catch? Isaac.
Wait, I want one. I'll take it.
Okay. Shh. Okay, Victoria. Shh. Class. Adrian. Okay, Victoria. When do we most commonly use el? When the word ends with what kind of vowel? Oh. Ricky and Adrian, did you hear that? Did you hear that? Okay. When do we usually use el, the masculine, in front of a word? Usually when the word ends with O, the vowel O. And Noah, when do you usually use la? I asked Noah, okay? When it ends with? Usually A. But is it always like that? Is it always like that? Amethyst? Is it always like that?
No.
Okay. It could be also very, very random. There's not a set rule for it, okay? Let me see. Who hasn't answered a question? No, Gabby, you already did. Derek hasn't. Who else? And Amethyst, right? And who else? And Avery and Savannah? You haven't either? Okay. Savannah, stand up and introduce yourself. Yes. Me llamo Savannah, okay? Avery, stand and tell us how old are you? Trece años. 13 años. Good job. Derek, stand up and tell me the days of the week really quick. Girls. Miércoles. Uh-huh. And you're missing two. Sábado y domingo. Ready? Catch. Amethyst. ¿Qué día es hoy? ¿Qué día es hoy? What's the day today? ¿Qué día fue ayer? What was yesterday? What is tomorrow? What is it? Martes, yes. Ready? Catch. Okay, let's all say the alphabet together. Okay, ready? Begin. H, I, J, K, L, M, N, Ñ, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Okay, so today we're going to learn the other half of our verse. Gabby, you have a Bible, right? Can you please look up Juan 14:6? Yeah. V? V. V is in Victor. Yeah.
Isn't it just
They say V there, but you can just use V or V. Yeah. Okay. Okay, listen carefully. Gabby's gonna read the whole verse, okay? We're gonna memorize the other half of the verse. Go ahead, Gabby.
Jesús le dijo, yo soy el camino y la verdad y la vida. Nadie viene al Padre sino por mí.
Okay? So the last part that you're missing is nadie viene al Padre sino por mí. Okay? So let's try to say it together. Juan 14:6. Yo soy y la verdad y la vida. Nadie viene al Padre sino por mí. Okay. Do you have a marker that I can borrow? Just one. Okay, I'll write it down in the board, okay? Go ahead and say it again. Juan 14. Okay. On that side. Okay, just say it on that side, okay? Ready? Begin. Okay, now start all over. Nadie viene al Padre. Nadie viene al Padre sino. Okay, listen, Adrian. Nadie viene al Padre sino por mí. Okay? Say it again. Yes. Everyone together. Juan 14:6. Okay? Okay, the middle section. Together, okay? Juan. Okay, let's do the middle section. Ready? Juan 14:6. Do you mind finishing writing it for me? Okay, everyone together. Juan. Nadie viene al Padre sino. Okay, everyone. I want to hear everyone together, okay? Ready? Juan 14:6. Jesús le dijo, yo soy el camino, la verdad y la vida. Nadie. Okay, let's say it in English. Ready? Begin. John 14:6. Okay, slow down, okay? Okay, let's say it in English. How many of you know it? Okay, say it loud and clear. You should know this one. John 14:6. Slow down, Ricky. Okay, slow down. Okay, let's say it again together as a class. John 14:6. Jesus said, I, the truth, and no one. Okay. Ahora en español. Okay, everyone together. Juan 14:6. Yo soy. Jesús. I don't even know it. Just kidding. Okay, everyone together. Juan 14:6. Jesús le dijo, yo soy el camino y la vida. Nadie viene al Padre. Nadie viene al Padre sino por mí. No, it's Gabby's. Okay, I want this section only to say it, okay? Okay, ready? Begin. Douglas and Derek. Okay, the middle section only. Good job. And then the last section. Okay. Listen carefully. So for homework, I want you to write it down 5 times again and bring that tomorrow. Write the whole verse, okay? And try to have it down by tomorrow, okay? Yes.
I take pictures of it.
Yes, you may. But you can also Google it. Make sure it's KJV when you're writing it.
Okay.
So you're going to write it 5 times, okay? And I'll collect those tomorrow. And I'll see you tomorrow. And we're going to start, so I have this oral evaluation sheet that I'm going to be giving to you. You're going to, remember how we started practicing with, you would partner it up with someone else? So I'm going to give you an oral evaluation sheet. You're going to put the name of your partner, and you're going to have a conversation in Spanish, and you're going to grade them based on how the conversation is going, okay? And I'm going to be going around. You're going to be speaking Spanish the whole time, the best you can. I'm going to partner you up because I want you to go and expand with other people, and some of you should not be together. So I'm going to be partnering you up, and I'm going to be telling you who you're going to be partnered with tomorrow, and I'll give you those, and then you're going to evaluate your partner, okay? And then just write the verse 5 times and bring it tomorrow. Make sure you write the name and the date on the homework, okay? Just in the normal sheet of paper, okay? And you guys are good to go.